Hello guys, I am doctoring up a day 2 sheet here, so give me just a second here. Okay. So we know this one. How is everybody this morning? Let's see here. Mitchell, 9, 8, 17 and a half, 26 and a half. Eddie Williams, 7, 7, 3, 17. Matt Rag, 5, 13 and a half, 19 and a half. So we got one person doing good, and Beefcake says hello, so hello. Pavlo, 8, 0, and 7, 15. 0's not good. Martins, day 1, 4, 9 and a half, 14 and a half. Andre Foytu, 6 plus 4 is 10, plus 2 is 12. Trey Mitchell, 3, 8 and a half, 12 and a half. Nick Guardione, 1, 3 and a half, 11 and a half. Austin Andrade, it really doesn't matter at this point. Okay, so hi guys again. I'm gonna continue working on the spreadsheet, all right? And then I'll pay attention to you guys. If the action starts happening behind me, I'm not that worried about it in terms of missing it while I work on the spreadsheet because they're slow. But if it happens, let me know. It looks like they're actually walking out there now, so I guess I'm an idiot because it looks like they're gonna start lifting. So maybe I'll have to work on this as I go. It's not a big deal. So we're gonna go ahead and get rid of some of this information here. So we'll say wait. I'll just make this wider, that's what I'll do. I'll just make that wider. Because I don't want to change my streaming layout every time I toggle back and forth to discuss day 1 and day 2. Da-da-da. That's a bit weird. Yeah, that's a bit weird. I don't like that. Let's do it this way. Edit. Okay, I definitely prefer Excel's way of doing this. Cross the borders of an existing filter. Well, that sucks. Um, that really makes me angry. I think these are all going to be 100. Yeah, okay. Let's just do this then. Okay, I don't appreciate you as much. It's going to be somewhere there. Okay. So let's go back to Strongman Archives and see what's going on real quick. Okay, so no lift for Eddie Williams. Andre Foytu and Trey Mitchell successful with 170. Okay, no lift for Eddie Williams. And then Andre Foytu and Trey Mitchell both at 170 so far. Oh, I screwed that up. I screwed that up. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. I can use these columns for Atlas stones. We'll do stones in time. That'll work. That's a better way to do that, Jace. Okay. I think I've just about got this. Okay. So I need to add... Okay, D4, yes, plus F4, yes, plus I4, there is, we don't want to add J4. Okay, we want to actually add B4. Oh, that's okay. That's actually different. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Okay. I got it. I got it. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll change that formula so that it does not add J4 to it. Okay, so this should actually add B4, F4, and I4. B4, F4, I4. So this should change B. Okay. Fantastic. There we go. And then that's the same exact formula that will work over here. I4 plus M4, that's weird. Fantastic. Bye to you guys. Bye to you guys. And bye to you guys. There we go. Okay, finally. That was way too much work. Alright, so we have another successful lift at 170. Matthew Ragg. I think that's 1, 2, 3. Lacey's also got 170. Okay. So we've had 4 guys complete. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 guys complete 170 so far. Okay, guys. I can pay attention to you now. I've been busy this morning, Mark. I've already been to the church twice building our stream for this morning. I went shopping, and then I tried to get this done in time, but yeah, I was slacking. But anyway, I guess not slacking. I just don't have unlimited time. Okay, so that's pretty good. And then the great thing is, if people pop in and they want to know what happened in day 1, we've got the points here, but I can also toggle back and we can do reviews on the day 1 action right there. Call it event by event. So that should work. I think that'll work nicely. Cool. Okay, guys. Yeah. Okay, Let's see here. You know what? I should probably see if my one thing is still working too. Does the featured chat work? It does, but it's going to be in the wrong location. Let's bring that down. Probably have to select it first because OBS has gotten stupid over the years. Dun, 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 dun. Someone say something very, very interesting that I can use to feature in the chat. Impress me. Okay, we got another 170 for Pavlo. All right, that confirms it's working. And what has 4 wheels and flies? A garbage truck. I've heard that before, actually. I laughed about the same amount that I am now the first time I heard it. Okay, did you know the QR code is just a longer barcode? Well, it's not really a longer barcode, because it's a typical barcode. I mean, there's a lot of different barcodes. There are many, many, many different formats of barcodes. I work with 30 of them at my work. But most barcodes would be longer the QR code square. Now, a QR code is capable of an incredible number of combinations. But anyway. Hello. Hello. 170 for Nick Guardione. A Texas boy lift there. So we only have Hooper and Nell remaining to try the 170. Question, I don't know. Do you guys know? Do they have to do every round? So in other words, can they say, hey, I don't want to start at 170. I'm going to start at 190. And if they don't succeed, they get a 0. Or is it you can keep climbing, but you have to do every single round? I have to say, for an ugly guy, I am looking good today. I mean, the beard is on point. It looks great. The spiky hair is looking youthful and glistening. I am, for an ugly guy, I am pretty darn sexy today. Okay, somehow I missed that comment, and I'm not happy that I missed it because it's a great one. I did not know that you could fix a broken tomato with tomato paste, but it does make a lot of sense. It makes a heck of a lot of sense. All right, let's see how much you guys overestimate the winning log here with a poll, because you guys always forget that the guys have done a lot of stuff by this point in the competition. I also don't know what the jumps are. We're just going to assume 10 kilograms, but we don't know. So I'll just put a plus. That'll make it easier. All right, there you go. As I predicted, you guys are overestimating. It's like you guys believe that because someone's capable of like let's say a 500 kilo deadlift, you still think they're going to be capable of a 500 kilo deadlift after putting their bodies through immense pain, pressure, and torture of several grueling events for 3 days straight or something. Someone might pull 200 or push 200, but I think to say no doubt is woefully wrong. There's incredible doubt. By this point in the competition, they are incredibly tired. If you're even curious about that, just look how the deadlift shook out yesterday. But hats off to Reno. 400 kgs, 5 reps after what all they've been through. Pretty impressive. I guess we'll find out. I hope it does. I hope they push 210. I hope they push 220. I hope we see a new record slammed and left in the dust. But I don't think it's going. I don't think it's going to happen. I hope one or two guys can push 200. The interesting thing is, I think multiple guys, if no one presses 200 because they're tired or because they're achy or because they're whatever, I don't know how many guys are capable of doing 200. Some are. At this point in the competition, maybe not. On the other hand, I think probably several guys are still capable of 190. So if no one does manage to separate themselves and pull away from the pack, could be a lot of shared points here. And honestly, if we have a lot of shared points, I have to say that that's not good for Mitchell Hooper, but it's probably really good for Ray Nonell. John says the following. It is the first event of the day, but it's the 4th day of events. I don't know if you have ever had a really heavy day at the gym, but when I go to the gym the next day, after a very heavy day the day before, it's not like, well, it's the first thing I do today at the gym, so I got this. My body is still paying dividends from 24 hours before. A good night's rest and a good meal helps, but it does not erase what your body went through the day before. You really think, let's put it up here. You really think Trey and or Foy 2 won't get 200 a day? I don't know. What I said is I think to say that there's no doubt, I think that's an overstatement. I have doubt. I have no doubt that Trey and Foy 2 are capable of pressing 200. I have no doubt. I have some doubt that they're capable of pressing 200 on the 4th day of competition. But that doesn't mean I'm rooting against them. I am rooting for them. I want to see that number pushed. I want to see bigger than that number pushed. I want this to actually be like, uh, I want this to be like Novikov doing the Flintstone lift when we saw that make an appearance several years back when Novikov was still being Novi, and we were all just surprised because it was like, oh well, that's the most any human can press. There's no more rounds after that, and the Novikov's like, you know what, I can probably do more, and I can do more, and I can do more. They got to a point where I was starting to believe that Novikov could Flintstone lift basically planet Earth. 200 is still only 90% for Trey. That's you look at that as a defense statement for making it no problem and no doubt it's going to happen. I look at it as the opposite. 90% of your max is a large percentage of your max. You think Novikov or Mateusz ever return to World's Strongest Man? Man, I hope so. I hope so. The fans really love Mateusz, and he's he's incredible to look at on your screen. The dude is built like, yeah, he has a nice strongman physique. Novikov, being one of the smaller guys, really really exploding onto the scene quicker than people expected him to, leaving us with some incredible lifts over the years. I'd like to see Novikov rebound and do something amazing, but at this point, I guess the smart money is probably not. Or if he does return to World's Strongest Man, maybe he doesn't make a final, maybe he doesn't do that well. But right now, I mean, it's hard to think that we'll ever see him get invited because we're not seeing much there. But I hope so. I really, really hope so. So basically, the answer to this is there a chance? Any chance? Sure. I commented on this yesterday, and I'll echo what I said yesterday, and that is that um, um, that is that as long as the TV deal is in place, probably not. So that'd be my answer there. Well, if there are updates, I'll type them in. So they're going up by 11 there. So 181 for Rag and Foitu. Reno and Nell both got one. So everybody, maybe they can't skip. I would have thought someone would have skipped if they could. 181 for Rag and Andre. So I'm going to keep this spreadsheet up. You guys just have to keep me honest to look at the updates here. And the reason that I'm going to do that is now that we have more events, that Strongman Archives thing is not going to fit there at all unless I do some very, very interesting cropping. And it would be kind of a hassle to do it live while you guys are watching. What I might be able to do, though, is I don't necessarily need to see it there. Let me do this. I don't need to see me. You guys need to see me, but I don't need to see me. Let me cover up my face. Keep my Strongman Archive here. I can see the results live and get them updated. Okay, so we've also got Pavlo at 181. Trey Mitchell at 181. Okay. Okay, that should work. Now I can't, since I'm covering my screen with Strongman Archive, I can't see I can't see that you guys can actually see the correct spreadsheet. Is the spreadsheet showing correctly for you guys right now? Okay. Hooper injecting his knee with lidocaine. He might blow it out. Well, I guess he continues to be transparent about what he's doing. Did we have more 181s now? Guardione was successful at 181, as well as who am I missing? Matthew Ragg I got, Pavlo I got, Andre I got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's it. Rain O'Neill just got 181. I guess that was Hooper there that I just saw on the screen at 181. Or the results are coming in slower than... Or Strongman Archive's going faster than... Because maybe Hooper skipped 181? I don't know. I'm trying to see the video behind me while I'm catching the spreadsheet up, and based on who is going and or who has results reporting, it's a bit strange to me. I do kind of like having a larger video up there. I mean, it's not zoomed in, and I could do that if you guys want, but we've got a pretty large version of the boardwalk in this particular way I've got it organized. I don't remember the heaviest log I've seen Hooper lift on his stream. He's had some pretty big ones, but I don't remember the biggest one I've seen. I think in one of his private member only. I think I remember seeing 210, but that doesn't mean I'm right. The Banop. Mr. Banana Hammock says 205. He might be right. I was thinking in one of his private members only chats I remember seeing a 210, but I could be inventing that. I think that sometimes, I could be wrong about this, but I think that sometimes Hooper probably does himself a bit of a disservice as a competitor by doing so many collabs and doing a lot of travel to do streaming content and produce. I feel like I don't know if he's able to stay as focused in this training as he needs to be, but that's his call, not mine. So that was a successful lift. I just can't see who did it. I think that was Eddie Williams. No, was that Trey? He's walking like Trey. But it's hard when you see the person this big because Trey Mitchell and Eddie Williams are both a lot bigger than that. So that was 191 for Trey. So Trey's the first guy successful at 191. And it looks like that is, I think that's Hooper. Or is that Martins? That's Martins, right? Successful. Yeah, that was Martins. So Martins at 191. Good lift from Martins. Really good from Martins. I know he would rather have more points on the board than he's got right now, but I think considering what he just did in the last competition and to make the World's Strongest Man final here, he should be pretty happy and proud of himself. But again, we talked about yesterday, his expectations are so large that he may be disappointed. I don't know, but I hope he's proud of himself. It's good to see him competing. It's good to see him healthy. John says that this is bad news for Reno. I actually think this is good news for Reno. Because the only person that Reno has to worry about is Mitch. And the only way that Mitch picks up a lot of points is if he lifts a lot and basically nobody else does. Because it's not enough for Mitch to beat Reno. Mitch needs himself to beat Reno and 3 other guys to beat Reno to jump in the lead. Fewer than that if he just wants to close the lead some. But again, I think Reno's going to beat him in the stones. So he needs to pick up some big points here, in my opinion. So, and I think Reno's sitting there wanting to do well himself, but also hoping that not very many guys stand between him and Mitch. Now, if Reno can't press this next weight, then it's really bad for him probably if we get Hooper to do 191 and we just had 2 more do 191, but who is that? Who's currently under the log? Any idea who that was? You guys said it was Matt Ragg? Okay. And we didn't go up. We're still at 191, right? Now it gets interesting. And now if Reno can't do it, it would be bad for Reno. If Reno can't do this weight. Now, of course, that's assuming that Hooper can. If Hooper can't, then it doesn't really matter. I will say right now, though, you guys' prediction of 200 plus looks better than I would have thought it did, because the guys who have done 191 have looked pretty darn convincing with the 191. Lisi's Pavlo also got 191. I missed that one. And who else just succeeded there? Was that Reno? Who just now finished? I was updating the spreadsheet. I saw them wave. It looked like they were being happy. That was the Pavlo 191? Okay, so apparently that boardwalk cam has more latency and lag in it than the results that Strongman Archives are getting. Because they had that updated there before I saw it up here on the screen. So 4 guys successful at 191 so far. I'm impressed. I am impressed. If Hooper can't do this weight, Reno can do whatever he wants. But if Hooper can press this weight, Reno has to answer. And one would expect, based upon the fact that these guys are handling 191 much easier than I thought they would, that Hooper can probably do 191. I think it's Hooper walking up there now, is that right? Help me out, guys. Who is that walking up there? Bald guy with a beard. Yeah, that's 90% of them. So it's a good call out. That went up, but it was not as easy as the people who went before. I think that was Hooper. He seems very, very stoked and excited about it. That was Guardione, apparently. That was Nick Guardione. Okay. That actually makes sense because he had such big points in the toss. He does get to sit and watch the action a lot. So this should be Hooper. Yeah, I actually just saw a maple leaf. I don't know how I was able to make out a maple leaf, but my eyes, my blind as a bat eyes, somehow saw a maple leaf there. So this will be Hooper. If he lifts this, Reno has to press it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's a good lift for Hooper. All right. That didn't look the easiest 191 either. There was kind of a delay there. Then he was able to press it out. So he might have been really smart by skipping the 180, saving a little bit of energy. Here comes your reigning, defending, undisputed champion of the world, the Ray Dog, Rhino James, the bad South African, still Reno, the new Strength. Outlaw. Okay, none of that was clever or good. That was a major fail. Hooper has small triceps, according to the banana hammock. You know who doesn't have small triceps? This guy. That's my best muscle by far. Reno does not lift it. This is, if you're Mitchell Hooper, this is exactly what you want to see happen. If you are Reno Nell, this cannot happen. He got it. What an effort. What an effort. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? He doesn't even come close the first time. He recovers, gets back up there, lifts it, looks like he's going to miss it again, and then just guts it out and pushes it over. He willed that above his head. It was, I will not be denied. I am winning the world's strongest man. Hooper, sit down. I'm not going away. You're not picking up points on me here. At least not enough to make a difference. Because no one else is going above this weight either. So I answer your 191. You're looking at the reigning, defending, and still champ of the world. That's what Reno just did. He dropped the hammer. Wow. Wow. Good job, Reno. It's not, to me, it's not just awesome that he answered and hit the 191. It's that he failed it so horribly that first time. It looked like there was no chance. And Mitchell Hooper was probably secretly celebrating, like, that's it. There's so many guys between us now. I just won this thing. And Reno says, nope, I'm going again. And then it looks like he's going to fail again. But he doesn't. Because Reno has undeniable self-belief. And now, I have undeniable Reno Nell belief too. That was impressive stuff. That was impressive. Sorry, I get a bit animated. You wouldn't think that, something 4 pixels large could get you that excited, but nice. Nice. That looked easy. I believe that was Foytu, wasn't it? Yep, that was Foytu. That looked easy. So the answer is definitely 200 plus. Man. Foytu made that 200 look like you guys were actually struggling with 191. And you're here at the strongest man in the world. The world's strongest man. I almost called the strongest man on Earth. Oops. Branding mistake. You guys are struggling with a measly 191 kilograms and you call yourself strongman? You're not watching live, Willem. You're behind. He did skip 180 to do 191, and he was successful there. It was actually a good move because 191 didn't look super easy. There's another 200. I believe that is Big Trey. Yeah, that's Big Trey. Trey puts up 200. Man. I'm impressed by the whole field. I really am. I really am. Especially because, by and large, with the exception of Reno, I kind of found the deadlift to be pretty disappointing, if I'm being honest. Any criticism I would have given him on the deadlift, they're making up for it on the log. Oh! Don't collapse, big fella. He's done. I can't see who that is. Is that Martins? Is that Martins? I believe that's the Dragon. It just failed 200. Yeah, that's Martins. Still, 191. I think Martins has to be pretty happy with that. I am, after everything that Martins has been through. And considering how poorly he looked the last time he competed at Worlds, this is a big step up. This is good. Come on. Come on. Push it over your head. Or, just drop it on the mats. That to me looked like someone that said, I have no chance in doing this and I'm not going to bother. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Who is that, guys? Does it count if they do a handstand on the log, pressing upside down? Probably should. I'd be impressed with that more than I would them pressing it over their head. These big guys. Oh! Had it up, just could not control it. And they're going to wave it off. The weight was up, just wasn't controlled. Dangerous event is true. That's pretty true of most all of the overhead events, though, really. I've had some issues hurting myself in the gym with overhead stuff. I think I told you guys a few years back about when I was a teenager, my shoulder dislocating while I was in the rack and dropped the bar straight down on my skull. If I hadn't been in Iraq, I don't know what would have happened. It knocked me out. I fell straight to the floor. But fortunately, the rat caught the bar, so it didn't land on me. Come on. Come on. Ugh. Fighting hard for it. I stopped overhead. Incline chest job is to cover it. But I'm also not competing. Yeah. My shoulders are so junk these days. I pretty much hate every lift with my upper body. And then my hips and knees are in such bad shape. I pretty much hate every lift with my lower body. So yeah, I pretty much just hate lifting these days. All right, so we're getting a lot of guys to drop out now. That's really good for Reno. It was so important that Reno got that 191, and I'm so happy for him. I'm not cheering for any specific athlete, but I'm happy when they do well, and that was really good for Reno. Okay, here we go. Fought for it and got it. I think that's Hooper. That was the maple leaf again, right? It wasn't as clear to me as last time, but I think that was still a maple leaf. Yeah, that was 200 for Hooper. So there's not as many people answering the 200 as there was the 191, but it does still put pressure on Reno. Because that's 3 with 200. Now, on the flip side, if they're sharing those points, if no one goes above 200 and Reno fails to do this, it's not like Hooper separates from the pack entirely. He's got to split all those points there. So if Reno answers though and does 200 here, wrap it up, man. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. All right. It's not hyperbole now, right? We're all in agreement that Rain O'Neill is your 2026 World's Strongest Man and now a 2-time World's Strongest Man winner. Are we all in agreement at this point? What on earth? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Pretend we weren't going into the 2025 World's Strongest Man. Pretend we hadn't yet seen that. So Reno has not won a title at this point in time. Raise your hand in the chat. Say, I called it. If you can honestly say that before Reno won that WSM last year, that you would have predicted that some guy from South Africa named Rain O'Neill would get two World Strongest Man championships before Mitchell Hooper. If you would have honestly called that, you get to pick my lottery numbers. And I don't play the lottery, but I'm going to start. I'm going to go ahead and feature that chat just because I want to give Colton some love. Good call out. Wow. Is that Trey? I think that's Big Trey. Yeah. Big lift from Big Trey. It was only 204, so they have stopped big climbs here. I say that, realizing that going from 200 to 204, you're still increasing by 9 pounds. That feels pretty significant to me. Oh, man, excuse me. Excuse me. Man, Rain O'Neill, so impressive. That's a lift. Hooper, 204. He's not wanting to surrender. You got to give him credit there. He's telling the big South African, if you want it, you're going to have to take it. I'm not just going to give it to you. But I think Reno has already taken it, to be honest. To me, what's so impressive about Reno's 200 is back at the 191, it didn't look like he had a chance at 191. That first attempt was so horrible. It was like, okay, they said that this was his kryptonite. They're right. This is where Hooper picks up all. But Reno just answered back. And then I didn't think he had a prayer at 200 based on how 191 happened. But he made the 200 look easier than they did the 191. All right. We still have Foytu who's not out. Mitchell Reno's still going. Hooper's still going. Foytu's still going. Trey Mitchell's still going. Everyone else is done. Those are the guys who are still alive. As of right now. It looks like they just put more on the bar. The log. That was not close. He waves it off. I believe that's Reno right there. Yeah, so Reno's out at 200. That was Reno. I thought it was. But I think he went up. So I think he was trying to jump out in the lead there. If he went up, because it looked like the guys were hovering around that log and loading stuff. I didn't really see the number. So maybe he didn't. They were wiping rain off the log. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I was thinking, I would have thought that would have been a really bad strategical move. Still, if you're Rain O'Neill, you cannot at all in any way be disappointed with your 200 lift here. This is just incredible, guys. This is incredible. I am psyched. Okay. We have Hooper, Mitchell, and Foytu remaining. Is this Foytu? I couldn't really see who walked up there. It must have been Foytu. That was definitely not a maple leaf on the back. So Foytu successful at 209. Foytu successful at 209. Nice. That's honestly that's great news for Rain O'Neill. That is great news for Rain O'Neill. And this to me looks like a really large thicket who's getting ready to pick up a log. It's lapped, it's shouldered, it's pressed. I pretty much just figure if Trey gets it to the shoulders, it's going above his head. Excellent, excellent news for Rain O'Neill. The pressure is really on the Moose. Whether you're a fan of his or you're one of the people who hate him, the pressure's really on him here. I'd flat out say that if Hooper does not answer, he basically stands no chance, barring an injury by Rain O'Neill in the Atlas Stones. If Hooper does lift it, we still have a competition. But the pressure is clearly on him. All right. Make your predictions now. Moose, successful or not successful? Yes or no? Answer before he lifts. Don't cheat. He got it. You gotta give the man credit. if you are one of his detractors or his haters, you have to give him credit. He fought for that. That was not an easy rep. It says that even though he has always said that he doesn't plan to hang around the sport that long, it's just his job. It's not the thing. We've started slowly seeing clues that the sport means more to him than he let on. That effort there tells me that the results matter to him too. This title matters to him. And basically right now, I mean, it's still good news for Reno because Foytu and Mitchell have answered as well. It's not like Reno fell out and then Hooper went on by himself. So Foytu and Mitchell are providing, or Foytu and Trey Mitchell. Let me make sure I don't just say Mitchell. Foytu and Trey Mitchell are providing some relief here to Reno, but you got to take your hat off to Mitch. He's not laying down. He's going to fight till the bitter end, apparently. And I dare say that even if you are one of the Hooper haters, that's still what you want to see. You want to see these guys lay it all out on the line and give their max effort, regardless of how you feel about them, right? I assume that everybody feels that way. I bet you Reno feels that way because at the end of the day, if you have that title, you want to feel like you beat people at their best. This is really good stuff, though, guys. This is good stuff. Now, I guess we're going to go ahead and I'm going to highlight this comment because it's worth saying. If you put these comments of John Flo's back to back, I'm going to highlight them both. That struggle was great for Reno. I think that comment is even better than this. He says, I don't see how Hooper wins this now. I wish he would have put that comment first, and I could have highlighted him that way, and then went back and did this one here. Because the reason being, and why I think this is a good observation on your part, John, is that, yeah, points matter here. And yes, Hooper's going to pick up some ground on Reno. But Reno did great effort. He also put in some effort because of the way the 191 went in the 200. But he's now getting to rest, and he's not having to push his body through the 204 and the 209 or whatever may be coming. So he'll go into the stones feeling a little bit fresher, one would presume, than Hooper, and that's, in my opinion, that'd be another thing in the favor of Reno now. Okay. So now we're just waiting to find out if we're going to have a three-way tie in the log. That'd give each of those guys 9 points apiece. Or if someone's going to stake a big point claim right here. That's a success. That is a successful lift. There you go. I'm telling you guys, Trey Mitchell gets it to his shoulders. It's going over his head. 213. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's kind of incredible, guys. Mark says that Hooper has bowed out according to the Boardwalk chat. All right. Foitu has not bowed out. That's who has not bowed out. Foitu was so freaking hot through the groups and has cooled considerably in the finals. It's almost like he was just waiting for this event to be like, you guys need to realize I'm still coming. If not in 2026, don't forget the name Andre Foitu. I'm still coming. Okay, Trey Mitchell is going to be your log lift winner. Foitu's going to try it again. I just think that's wasted effort here. Hope he proves me wrong, but based on what I just saw, I don't give him a very good chance of this. He should just save the energy and walk away. It was a better clean than it was the first time, but the same kind of press. Walk away, young buck. Okay, so Trey Mitchell gets max points here. So that's again that's a great result for Reno, really. And nothing wrong with that. So that means that Trey wins the event. Then you got Hooper and Foitu, which tie. I got to get to church in just a second here. Since we just finished the event, that's pretty good. Where's Hooper? 8.5. Reno Nell gets 7 points. That says 85. Hooper doesn't need 85 points. Then we get everyone else with basically 4.5, right? Yeah, Rag, Cordiaca, Lisi, and Guardian. Yeah, there we go. So that means that Nell has a 1-point lead over Mitchell Hooper right now, going into the Atlas Stones. And then both of these guys are basically 20 points in front of third place. I gotta get to church. I'll see you guys back for the Atlas Stones. I'm gonna keep the stream up and running. But look at that. You got Nell and Hooper separated by 1 point. Very, 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 very exciting finals. And then there's basically 20 points between them and the rest of the pack. That is nasty. All right, guys. Jace Man loves you. I'll see you soon.
Yeah. Yeah. So see what they fritted? Did I want to eat? Pick it. Pick it. I used to be the life of the party. I used to be the life of the party. It'd probably be better with mozzarella cheese, but need to get ready some of this. So have a grilled steak cheese sandwich. Need to eat that bread. Maybe later, have a turkey sandwich. I'm trying to eat it, so we get rid of it. I'm coming back, baby. I'm coming.
All right, guys. I'm sure you missed me while I was at church, but the good news for you guys is that Pastor Pump is back. Brother Biceps is in town. Buff Barnett is here to call the Atlas Stones. So at least that's one of your wishes. What are your other two? All right. Hey, Simon's here. We were wondering where you were yesterday, man. Jace is not only back, Jace is healthy, Jace feels good, Jace is doing great. So where we're at right now, guys, is the fourth event, the max log lift, was actually the first frickin' event in the finals that Rain O'Neill did not just decide to go out and win. So now he's only up by 1 point over Mitchell Hooper. Really, what this means is because, let's say they're only separated by 1 point. Hooper beats Rain O'Neill by literally 1 point, so they'd be tied. Hooper would still win because it would be that final event. So really, what this means is that which of those two gentlemen do the better run in the Atlas Stones, they are your champion. Everyone else is basically inconsequential. Whoever does better in the Atlas Stones between Reno and Mitch is your champion. Even if they finish, you can't finish 10th because Andrade withdrew. So even if they finish 8th and 9th, they'd still finish 1 and 2. And it would just, whoever finished that 8th place position would be your champion. So that's literally all that matters for the champion, is how these two do against one another. Now, on the other hand, we've got a lot of stuff that could go on here for that 3rd place position. That 3rd place position on the podium is very much in play. So we know 1st and 2nd is already sewed up, right? That's incontestable at this point. So it's just a matter of who wins and who's the bridesmaid. But from a bronze position, if you look over here, we've got Andre Foytu at 26.5, Matthew Ragg at 26. That's only a half a point between them. 25.5 for Trey Mitchell, so he's only 1 point back of Foytu. Pavlo's only a point back of there. Eddie Williams at 24. I'd basically say that every one of these guys are in position to be on the podium. So 1 and 2, that's locked up. We just don't know what order they're going to be. As far as who's going to join them on that podium, you've got 5 different guys that I think realistically could get there. You look at Martins Licis and you say he's not that far back either, Jace. He's at 23. That's true. However, 3.5 points in the stone run. That's 3.5 points to make up in one run. That's a whole lot. But he would also not only have to beat Foytu by 3.5, he'd have to finish well ahead of Ragg, and he'd have to finish well ahead of Trey Mitchell, who is a beast in stones too. So I'm not saying that Licis is out of it. Technically, he's still alive, but considering who is in front of him that he has to catch, that's a hill too far to climb, in my opinion. But mathematically speaking, the only person that has no chance of getting on the podium is Nick Gardione. Everyone else is alive, but realistically, I think you've got 5 guys in the chase for that 3rd point position. Now, you Dragon fans are probably cussing me out right now, and that's okay. And, I'm a big Martins guy, and it's nice to see him healthy and competing. It'd be cool if he's on the podium. But that means he has to beat Trey Mitchell, which he might do. But can he also beat Ragg and Foytu by enough space to do that? I pretty much think that Trey is going to do better than Martins in the stones anyway. But that's not a foregone conclusion. Martins is excellent in stones. So anyway, having said all of that, I think Martins is probably eliminated. Based on how far they are, Trey Mitchell's only 1 point back of Foytu in that 3rd place position. If Trey Mitchell gives a Trey Mitchell stone run, because for most of the Atlas Stones time, you had King Tom, you had Brian, and you had Trey Mitchell. Those were really the 3, in my opinion, the best Atlas Stone guys in the world. Now we don't have Tom here. There's no Brian here. Out of the guys who are remaining, I kind of think that Trey is your big dog at the Stones. I don't know that we've seen the best from Trey in 2026 World's Strongest Man, but I think it could be. I think it could be Trey Mitchell on the podium. I think so. But I really have no idea. We've got a whole lot of guys that could be in 3rd place position. That was a lot of rambling from me. Let me catch up and see what you guys had to say. And you know what? I'll be back at church again later this evening. Maybe 2 times. Okay. Big Law stream starts at 15 minutes. But you guys aren't going to be there. You're going to hang out with me, right? Why would you want to go hang out with Big Laws and thousands of people when you could sit here in an intimate environment with 10 or 15 people with the Jace Man? Again, big shout out to Simon. It's good to see you, brother. Okay. I got just the thing for this. Hold on. All right, Hammers. You're welcome. All right. All right. I got my vittles. I got strongman. I got a good life. I have a good life. All right, guys. So let's get the most important poll of the day going, since we're down to the finals right now. Let's ask the poll that matters right now. Why is my keyboard not working? That's weird. Wow, there's really a lot of delay in the chat. That's strange. That's strange. I don't like that. Okay, I'm only putting 2 people in the poll, and the reason being is they're the only 2 guys that matter for the question. Because basically, whichever of these 2 performs the best is your champion. You guys did not see the beard, or the food get stuck in my beard. You did not see me wipe it off, let it land in my lap, and then pick it back up and eat it. You didn't see any of that. I am eating steak and chicken rice. No, it doesn't. Again, it doesn't matter which place they come in, second or it doesn't really matter. Nell and Mitchell could literally finish in the worst 2 positions, and they'd still win first and second. Now, your question is really, if Hooper beats Nell by only 1 place, isn't it a tie? And no, they use whoever did well in that final event. So they're not doing count back. They're not looking at who's won the most events. They're not looking at. They're going to basically look in the event of a tie. It's the last event that they competed in, which in this case would be the Atlas Stones. So if they wind up with a tying score, and in order for them to have a tying score, Mitch would have to beat Nell by 1 position. And if he does that, he is your champion. So quite literally, everything rests on this next event. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. The stone run is the tiebreaker. Unless something has changed. I don't know about Nell and his beliefs. No one really cares about it anyway, but since I'm a preacher, you guys are going to ask. So, I don't know anything about Nell. Hooper hasn't been a Christian unless he recently gave his life to the Lord, but I do know that after this stuff with his family and think what you want and all that stuff, I was talking to him, let him know I was praying for him and his whole family, and whatever drama was going on, I just hope that everybody came out well in the end, and that I was just praying for peace in his family. After that, in one of our private chats, he had shared that they were attending, or they maybe not consistently or whatever, but they had attended church. So I don't know if he's seeking that a relationship with the Lord that way. If he's, I have no idea. But from what I understand, he's not a Christian. He's not a believer. But they have explored with going to church and stuff. So who knows? I guess the answer to that question could be different a year or two from now than it is now or tomorrow. I mean, I wasn't a Christian until I became one. Yeah, that's what I said. Experimenting with going to church. Not a believer. I don't know. He may or may not be one. All right. I'm gonna. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna open up another web browser real quick so I can check on the status of my YouTube channel and see if I qualify for monetization again. At one time I did, and then I stopped posting and I lost that. I'm kind of curious if I qualify again because I'd like to start a membership now that I'm going to be posting regularly. Let's see here. Do I qualify to monetize yet? Nope. I need to get 238 more public watch hours. So probably about 7 videos from now, I'm guessing. Okay. Good morning from California. Yeah, I don't really know what's going to happen. I predicted yesterday that I thought Reno would best Mitchell in the Atlas Stones. If I'm right, he's your champion. If I'm wrong and Hooper bests Nell, he's your champion. So whoever bests the other here is your champ. All of that being said, though, they know they're separated by 1 point. Not only do they know they're separated by 1 point, they know that no one else is catchable, and whoever wins this is the winner. So when those two get up to the stones and they run, they're going to battle. I can't see either one of them holding back at all. They're going to go guns a blazing, 100% effort, no dilly dally. No, they are going to attack it. Now, that will be exciting. You could also make an argument that is when mistakes happen. That's when you're more likely to fumble or drop it or something of that nature. Mistakes happen when you are super aggressive. They are going to be super aggressive because they have to be. So I don't know. It's gonna be super interesting. This is a completely valid and acceptable reason not to have hung out with Jace yesterday, Simon. So that is completely valid, and kudos to you for doing that. That's really awesome. Where was it at? So I want to comment on this. James says people think that Mitch isn't good at stones, but I've seen him be very good. A little inconsistent and not like the Oak, but he's good at stones. That's why I picked Reno to beat him. You used the word there, inconsistent. Mitchell Hooper is a model of consistency. He's well-rounded, he's good at everything, and he's super consistent. He's not inconsistent at anything, with the exception of the stones. Sometimes he turns in Atlas Stone runs that are bonkers. They are amazing. Other times, they don't look that good. He's kind of up and down, and so I picked Reno to best him yesterday based on that. I don't know, but it's kind of interesting. If you know that you are as inconsistent as Hooper is, and you know that everything comes down to this one thing, he can't afford to be inconsistent here. And I don't know. My suspicion is because he's pretty cerebral and he's a good planner and all these things. My suspicion is that going forward, Hooper will become very consistent at stones because he's going to look at this particular competition and realize that it all came down to that. And he's going to make sure that in the future, if he finds himself in this situation again, he is absolutely ready for it and ready to perform. And he still may go out there and win it right now. He may go out there and win it right now. We're about to find out. This is exciting stuff, though, guys, is it not? I think this is exciting. All right, our poll ends, and roughly 2/3 of us think that Reno is going to repeat as champion. 1/3 of us says that Hooper is going to reclaim the throne. Excuse me. We have seen Reno do stones more than just last year. Last year was the only time you saw him do the Atlas stones at the World's Strongest Man, but that's not the only contest that he competes in or has competed in. At the Giants Live Strongman Classic, he completed all the stones, I believe. Let me go back and check real quick. He did. He completed 5 stones there and 24.46. There were 4 guys that completed all 5 stones in that event. He was one of them. In Strongman's Champion League, Holland, I don't know if they did Atlas stones there or not. They did. He finished first in that. And there, in Italy, he finished second in the Atlas stones in Italy. Yeah, he's done the Atlas stones many, many times, actually, and he's consistently in the top 2 or 3. Now, granted, those are not all international shows. They're not all the competition level that we see here, but it's a large enough sample size that I think the answer to your how does anyone pick him is based on the fact that we've paid attention to other competitions besides just World's Strongest Man. Do I know the weight of the last stone? I don't, but I suspect Strongman Archives does. 210 kilograms. There you go. Let's just go ahead and pin that just for the heck of it. We're getting close now, guys. I say as if I have any knowledge or control. I believe the last event was supposed to have started at the top of the hour. So it should already be going. If I'm right, it may be the 30-minute part, but I thought it was at the top of the hour. So in general, any moment now. Look at that. Look at the size of that arm. I do make a shirt look pretty good, I gotta say. All right. I love food so much. Ooh, this is an interesting question. Okay. We don't know who's going to become a 2-time champion. One of those 2 guys is going to be a 2-time champion. Here's my question. Will either of these guys, Nell or Hooper, become a 3-time champion? And if they do, what will happen first? One of them becomes a 3-time champion before the other guy wins his 2nd title? Or they both get 2 World's Strongest Man titles before someone wins a 3rd? Let me know in the chat. It really wasn't that long ago before the heaviest stone at Worlds was 190. No opinions, guys, on the whole 3 titles versus 2 question? James, you're not alone. I'm sure a lot of people had Tom on the podium going into the World's Strongest Man because he's been a permanent fixture on the podium at World's Strongest Man for a long time. I'm sure there weren't too many bingo cards that didn't have Tom making the final. Ooh, man, excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. Guys, we are just one event away from crowning our World's Strongest Man champion. Can you believe it? And then you guys get to go and have fun and do other things. I've got to end the stream and then create a video for a recap of the final. Speaking of which, since they're delayed and they're not running anytime, you guys want me to go back and review the finals, all the events of the finals, and how we got to where we are? Who wants a recap? Since they're not running stones yet. Let me know if you want a recap. And if you do, I'll do it. If you don't, I won't waste my time. Foitu is going to be a real beast and a real problem in the future. And I don't think the future is that far off now. Well, they have one vote for a yes for a recap, and considering that we have very few people talking, one vote is all I need. So we'll go back and do a recap real quick. Alright, so this is what happened so far in the 2026 World's Strongest Man final. Alright, so going through from the groups, we had Mitchell Hooper having the most points, so he got to start with the most points. He gets 10 points for that. Reno Nell had the second most points at 9. Austin Andrade had 8. Eddie Williams in 4th place through the groups, 7. Andre Foitu 5th for 6th. Pablo Cordiaca, 5 points. The Dragon, 4. Trey Mitchell, 3. Matt Ragg, 2. And Nick Gardione bringing up the bottom. But then we went into the very first event, and the fortunes flipped between Hooper and Nell. Because as we went to the flip and carry, we got a victory for Reno Nell. Second place finish for Mitchell Hooper, and you should get used to hearing that because that's going to be said a lot in this recap. Pablo Cordiaca, 8 points. Eddie Williams, 7. Andre Foitu, 6. Matthew Ragg, 5. Martins, 4. Trey, 3. Austin Andrade, 2. And Nick Gardione, 1. We moved on to the deadlift, and yet another victory for Reno Nell. 2 for 2 in the finals. Hooper takes second again, but he has to share second place with Matthew Ragg. Eddie Williams comes in with some good points at 7. The Dragon and Trey Mitchell tie and have to split 5.5 points. Andre Foytu gets 4. Austin Andrade and Nick Gardione, a single rep of the big stone, or the big bar, gets them 2.5 points apiece. That meant we only had one event left on day 1 of the final. And that was another victory for, guess who? Yep, Rain O'Neill. And guess who finished second? Mitchell Hooper. But then Nick Gardione, who had been pretty much worst through the finals, event, he goes almost from worst to first here. Just knew he was going to have a big time throwing, and he did. Picks up a 3rd place finish there. Pavlo gets 7 points. Matthew Ragg's going to land at 6. The Dragon gets 5. Trey Mitchell with another 4-point finish. Eddie Williams 3, Foytu with 2, and at this point Austin Andrade had withdrew from the competition, so no points in the Titans toss. That brings us up to the current crop of things. And so when day 1 came to an end, Hooper was in 2nd place, trailing the reigning defending champion Rain O'Neill by 2.5 points. Both of them were light years ahead of everybody else, with Eddie Williams at 24, Matt Ragg setting in 4th place at 21.5, and Pavlo the only other person with 20 or more points in the 5th place position. They go out and do the log lift. The big thicket throws down the gauntlet, gets himself a 1st place position in the max log. Hooper and Foytu split 2nd place, 8.5 points apiece. Rain O'Neill at 7, way overperforming what people expected of him there. And then all the rest of the competitors, Rag, Cordiaca, Lises, and Gardione, who managed to get points, had to split there at a 191 lift, 4.5 points. Eddie Williams did a no lift on the log. And that brings us to where we are right now, patiently or impatiently awaiting some Atlas Stone action. And then we're going to crown a new champion, or recrown the same champion. We'll know shortly. I do think there is a lot of really talented young guys in the sport right now. They're getting better, younger, and I think that this is an exciting time to be a fan of the sport. Now, let's be honest. If it was a non-exciting time to be a fan of the sport, I'd still be excited because it's exciting to me. But if you're a casual person kind of just finding your way here, I think there's a lot to get excited about. And I do really, truly believe that there is a strong group of young guys coming up, and it should make for some serious and stiff competition in the next few years. And that might be refreshing, because for the last couple years it feels like competition really hasn't been that stiff. We've kind of seen a certain name, or if not a one name in particular, a very short list of names who have kind of been dominating and running away with everything. And so to tighten things up and have more than one name at the top, or more than 2 names at the top, to have 4 or 5 guys that can jockey for position, I think will be good for the sport. And I think about a year and a half to 2 years from now, it's going to be a lot harder to win than it is right now. The youngest competitor in the finals, that's definitely Andre Foytu. It's not even close. Hello, Boots. I believe Andre Foytu's only 24 years old. You know what? I don't have to wonder. I can get an answer. I got Strongman Archives right here. I think he's only 24. Yes, he's 24. He will not turn 25 until around Christmas. Looks like his birthday is 12/22. So Andre Foytu won't even hit 25 years of age until the end of the year. He's definitely your youngest guy there. All right. We're finally doing some stones, guys. Unfortunately, he's got to run by himself because we have a 9-man field now. Come on. You lapped it. Let's take it up there. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Come on. He dropped it. Come on. Oh, he's disappointed. He's disappointed. All right. Nick Guardione, 3 stones. I only saw him put up 1, so I really wasn't. I was doing a terrible job of watching. They say 3 and 22.15. Yeah, I only saw 1 stone get placed. Ugh. All right. Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum bum bum. Bum ba bum ba bum bum bum. All right. So that should mean that. Let's see here. Atlas points. Okay, that 4.5. 4.5 there. I believe we will see. It's kind of weird they made him go out. They should have actually did Eddie, since Eddie got no log lift. So I guess they're going by total points for this round. So the next 2 point guys are going to be 23 and 24. So that would be the Dragon and Eddie Williams doing battle in a minute. All right, guys. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? You guys are quiet. You were chatting before I went to church. I come back from church and now it's quiet as a church mouse up in here. A minute ago was like showtime at the Apollo. Now it's quiet as a church. Did I stutter? All right. Random question that has nothing to do with strongman. Okay, there we go. They are both... Okay. Dragon's got 2 stones up. Eddie got a second. Dragon's got a 3rd stone up. Dragon has a 4th stone up. Eddie has a 3rd stone up. The dragon trying to complete the set. Come on, dragon. Come on, dragon. I don't think it's going to happen. No, he just dropped it. That's a bad sign. And Eddie just dropped the 4th. Martins is calling it off. Looks like Eddie is doing the same. All right. While we wait for the times, I'm going to go ahead and ask my question. See here. So it's going to, again, a question that has absolutely nothing at all to do with the world's strongest man. Random question time. All right. 4 for the dragon in 29.71. And Eddie 3 in 32.39. All right. There we go. Back to the action. I will never stop covering the sport as long as I'm healthy enough to do so. And that's the thing. The last year and a half, I really have not been healthy enough to do so. But I am now. I am from Missouri. I've been known to do a little preaching here and there. And you guys are answering the random question exactly the way that I thought you would, because it seems like only me and maybe 4 other people on Earth have seen the movie. But I like the movie. I'm not a pool player. I'm terrible at pool. Maybe the worst in the entire world. But I like the movie. Southwest Missouri. I used to live on the southwest side. I went to college over there too. Went to college in a town called Bolivar. And I lived both in Branson, and I also lived in a town called Good Hope in the middle of nowhere. And there wasn't a whole lot of goodness there, and there wasn't a whole lot of hope there. The dragon is Martins Lisi's. Alright, we're going to end this poll. Okay. 14% out of 21. So I'm guessing 3 other people besides me have seen Pool Hall Junkies. So I'm not alone. I'm not alone. Most people haven't heard of it. It's got Christopher Walken in it. So that automatically means it's worth watching, right? Sort of a health struggler. Any specific issues you care to divulge? If there's anything that you're battling or struggling with, I'd be glad to pray for you. Good Hope isn't even on the map now. Good Hope was never on the map. It's basically like two families that live there. They're big families, but that's it. Uh, you have to drive like 20 minutes to go grocery shopping and stuff. The nearest town in there, I think it's in Douglas County, if I remember correctly. And Ava, AVA, is the town that you say you're from rather than saying you're from Good Hope. You say, hey, I'm from Ava. Good Hope Nazarene Church. Yeah, that's where I used to worship. That is where I used to worship. It should be Matt Rag and Pavlo Cordiaca competing right now, and it looks like they have both bowed out. Yeah. They have both called it quits. So we should get some times and a stone count in just a second here. It stops when the last ball is stable and your hands come off of it. Alright, it's 4 and 32.7 for Pavlo. And 3 in 30.6 for Matt Rag. All right. Okay. How am I getting the times and info? From Strongman Archive. Archives, plural. Also a cancer survivor. That's one of the things I battled the last couple of years. Broken ribs and a hole in your back. Well, I will be praying for you. And I wish you nothing but the best and great health. All right. Not many to go, guys. Not many to go. 2 more rounds. You can see Foy2 and Trey Mitchell square off. And then we get to see the battle that decides everything. It is to enjoy watching a spreadsheet get filled in, but here we are. This is the kind of stuff that we have to do because World's Strongest Man hates its fans and doesn't want us to enjoy the action live. But I'm doing my best to put the camera on the screen, even if it's tiny, distant, hard to see. I'm giving you that. I'm giving you the spreadsheet. And I'm giving you me and my fantastic, phenomenal analysis all on the screen at the same exact time. What more could a strongman fan possibly want? And don't dare say to watch the event live, because that's an obvious answer, and it will just hurt my feelings. I do not have access to someone there with a camera. We've had hookups like that in the past, but not exactly right now. So there's actually, if you wanted to see a larger version of what you see there, that's coming from the Myrtle Beach Today YouTube channel, and they have a boardwalk cam, and that's what I'm shoplifting, basically. It should be Foy2 on the left and Trey on the right. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. One more. One more. Uh-oh. Foy2 having a lot of trouble. It helps to be tall. He's not. Trey Mitchell gets all 5. The first person to get all 5. Not a surprise at all. Not a surprise at all. And that might have just bought Trey a spot on the podium. It probably did. I think that just bought Trey a spot on the podium. Just waiting for some times. Waiting for some times. Come on, Strongman Archives. You were incredibly fast with the other results. There we go. Okay. 5 and 42 seconds for Trey. 42.1 or 42 point, yeah, 1. And then 4 and 42.07 for Foy2. All right. It all comes down to this, guys. Hooper and Nell. Whoever has the better stone run is your champ. Whoever finishes ahead of the other in this last and final round is your winner. Diskinster says, interesting fact, if Mitch doesn't win the last event but beats Reno, Mitch will be the first ever to win World's Strongest Man without winning an event. I don't know if that's true. I haven't looked. I'm going to take you at your word. I'm going to assume that we heard that somewhere from a valid source. But I don't know if that's true. That's what it all comes down to, guys. No draw possible. If they draw on points, so Hooper manages to beat Nell by 1 position, that would give them tied points, but they would look at who did best on the last event. Since we're on the last event, that's this. So really, it all comes down to this. So whichever of these two takes their hands off that 5th and final stone first is your champion. If neither of them does the 5th stone, I guess whoever does that 4th stone fastest. I believe Mitch is on the right. I think Mitch is on the right. Reno fastest through 2. Reno fastest through 3. Oh, he dropped it and rolled it. Now he dropped it again. Hooper fastest through 4. He takes the lead. So if neither one gets the last stone, Hooper wins. If Reno gets the last stone and Hooper doesn't, he wins. It looks like neither one is going to get the 5th and final stone. So the only person in the entire competition, it looks like, that's going to get 5 stones is Trey Mitchell. I thought he'd win the event. He's going to. And it looks like Mitchell Hooper is your world's strongest man. Talk about a close battle. It doesn't come any closer than this. Still waiting for the times so we can get everybody's points out there. I believe Trey Mitchell is on your podium, but I'm making sure that I have the results official before I say that. Okay, come on. Let's give us some times, guys. Pretty exciting spreadsheet action this week. Pretty exciting spreadsheet action. Come on. I want times here. Nell got the 4th stone. It just took him a long time. Come on. Come on. Give us the answer. Give us the answer. I need to calculate the final points to see if Trey Mitchell does indeed land on the podium. I believe he does, but I need the times. They're taking their good old time about this. There we go. Okay. Reno 4 and 35. '01. Mitch got his 4 in less than 30 seconds. That means we get 10 points in the event for Trey Mitchell. We get 9 for Hooper. We get 8 for Martins. That should mean 7 for... Ooh, Pavlo, actually. I thought it was going to be 7 for Nell. 7 for Pavlo. So, yeah, Hooper wins it outright. Forget the tie stuff. Hooper beats him on points. Reno's going to get 6 points here. 5th place, or Foy 2 gets 5 points. Guardione gets 4 points. 3 points to Matt Ragg. 2 points to Mr. Eddie Williams. And that's where we wind up. So, it's all over but the crying, guys. There you go. Read it and weep. Your world's strongest man winner is Mitchell Hooper. And it's not based on a tie and him doing better than Nell in the last event. There was distance between them. So in the end, Hooper winds up beating Nell by 2 points, 54-52. And then Trey Mitchell, for us big Thicket fans, Trey Mitchell is on the world's strongest man podium. Trey Mitchell manages to get up there after really being in the bottom of the rankings for almost the entire week. Barely kind of made it through the groups, barely making it through, struggling in the final, and then the last day comes alive and he just climbs the point total. But look at the distance. Look at the freaking distance between Hooper, Nell, and the rest of the field. 52 points for Reno Nell in second place. Trey Mitchell, who joins them on the podium, 35 and a half. That's crazy. That's a 16 and a half point spread between second and third place, guys. So, okay, Hooper, Nell, whichever, guy won, hats off to Hooper. Really, you got to take your hat off to both of them. Those two guys dominated the 2026 World's Strongest Man through the groups and in the final both. They were your top 2 point getters through the groups, and they took the vast majority of all the points through the final as well. Those two guys just ran away with the competition and left everybody in their dust. It was a 2-man race with everybody fighting for third. And at the end of the day, the man who got third was a big boy from Texas named Trey Mitchell. The youngest man in the field, Andre Foytu, only 24 years old, 31 and a half points, matches Pavlo Kordiaka for a 4th place finish. Okay, that may be far away from the point total, but my opinion is that 4th place finish in the World's Strongest Man at the age of 24, that's nothing to hang your head about or be ashamed about. That's something to be proud of, and you can bank on that going forward. That should make Foytu feel really good, to be honest. The Dragon, he's get 31 points, so he's a half a point behind Foytu and Kordiaka. I believe that makes the Dragon finish 6th. Yep. Matthew Ragg's going to have a 7th place finish. Eddie Williams, 8th place. Nick Gardione, 9th place. And then his buddy, the fellow Texas boy, Austin Andrade, finishes in 10th after having to withdraw from the competition after 2 events of the finals. So, the Moose is the king of the strongman world again. He is your World's Strongest Man champion, and now he is a 2-time winner. But Reno Nell may not have won. You could say that last year was his coming out party because of him actually winning out of nowhere. I kind of think if last year was his coming out party, this was his re-announcing to the world. Okay, he came up a bit short in the end, but an impressive time all the way through. And into the finals, it was win, win, win. He just shut the lights out yesterday. Moral of the story: if your name is Moose Mitchell Hooper, or Mitchell Moose Hooper, or Hooper Mitchell Moose, if your name is something about a moose, then you cannot say, hey, I'm competing at the World's Strongest Man 2027 and take it lightly. You just had a competitor put the gauntlet down in front of you all week long and said, hey, buddy, you've got competition. People have been talking like you're unbeatable. I don't think you are unbeatable. Mitch has to feel vulnerable right now, and he's going to have to step up his game because undoubtedly Rain O'Neill is going to step up his game. I don't think we saw the best Rain O'Neill this week. They both pushed each other incredibly hard. But to lose a contest that close, especially after leading it for so long, that's going to sting. It's going to sting very deeply to Rain O'Neill. And it's going to light a fire under his butt, I predict. And he is going to be like a madman next year. Hooper had better expect that. And he better have that same ferocity and that same intensity if he wants to keep it, or he's going to lose it next year to Reno. Of course, all of this assumes that someone doesn't pop up out of nowhere and surprise us next year. But that's why we watch. We watch because we don't know. We watch because we think we know. We watch because we say this is obvious. We watch because we say, of course this person's going to do this. And then invariably what always happens? They make liars out of us because all these things that we just knew was going to happen don't. All of our wild and accurate predictions because of what mega geniuses we are, it turns out, nope, we don't know what the heck we're talking about. So we watch the events because you have to watch them to find out what's going to happen. None of us know. This was an awesome and exciting World's Strongest Man in the year of 2026. And I'm thinking it's going to be an awesome World's Strongest Man next year in 2027. But we're not done with strongman action this year. There's a lot more to cover. The Jace Man is back. I'm going to bring you the coverage. You're getting a lot more content, a lot more videos with me. And if you like my content, this is where I get the cheap plug out there. Like and subscribe. But also, don't just like and subscribe. Come back. Hang out with me in live streams. Come back and watch my videos. Chat with me. Tell me how brilliant I am. Tell me how stupid I am. Make fun of me for being short and fat. I don't care. You guys own the comments in the chat. I'm not here to censor your thoughts. I love you guys. I'm going to end this because I still have to make a recap video of the entire event. Thanks for hanging out with me. You guys are awesome. Peace.